Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Origins of Time Magic. Long before the Ministry of Magic regulated education, long before standardized timekeeping devices had been perfected, ancient wizards and witches became fascinated with the very nature of time itself. In the soft golden light of enchanted candles, their aged fingers traced diagrams across parchment, seeking to understand the most mysterious aspect of magic, the manipulation of time. The origins of time magic stretch back to the ancient Egyptian wizards, whose hieroglyphic spells contained the first known attempts to slow the passage of moments. Within the cool stone chambers of hidden magical temples along the Nile, wizard astronomers charted not only the movement of stars, but also experimented with ways to capture time itself. Their early efforts were crude by modern wizarding standards. A spell might slow the aging of a fruit for a fortnight, or preserve a moment of sunset in a specially treated crystal. But these were the first tentative steps toward what would eventually become time magic as we understand it today. Greek wizards later expanded upon these early efforts, particularly in the hidden magical enclaves of Athens. Here, philosopher-wizards debated the very nature of time. Was it a river flowing in one direction, or perhaps a tapestry whose threads could be carefully rewoven? As you might imagine yourself walking through the columned porticos where these discussions took place, the air would have been heavy with theoretical magic, the scent of olive trees drifting in from the surrounding hills as brilliant minds contested theories of temporal manipulation. During this era, the first true breakthroughs occurred. A wizard named Chronikos created what many magical historians believe was the precursor to the time turner, a device consisting of an hourglass encased within 3 interlocking golden rings. Though primitive compared to later iterations, this device could reportedly transport the user back several minutes in time, though often with unpredictable and sometimes dangerous side effects. Chronikos himself was said to have accidentally duplicated his own cat 7 times during one infamous experiment, creating quite the household disturbance. The Romans, with their practical approach to magic, focused less on the philosophical implications and more on potential applications. Roman wizards in the service of the empire attempted to use time magic for military advantages. Imagine the strategic benefit of knowing an enemy's movements before they occurred, or being able to send messages to your past self. These efforts ultimately proved disastrous. Records from the magical archives of Rome detail numerous incidents of wizards becoming trapped between moments, aging decades in what felt to them like seconds, or worse, disappearing entirely from the timeline. After these calamities, time magic became heavily restricted. The Wizards' Council of 1294, predecessor to the modern ministry, issued what became known as the Temporal Edict, banning all experiments with time magic without explicit permission. For nearly 3 centuries, research all but ceased, with knowledge preserved only in closely guarded tomes, locked within the depths of magical libraries. The medieval period saw a renewed, if cautious, interest in temporal magic. Byzantine wizard scholars, working in secret chambers beneath Constantinople, refined the theoretical framework that would eventually enable safer methods of time manipulation. They developed the principle of temporal containment, the magical theory that suggests time paradoxes can be avoided if the scope of time travel is strictly limited. This fundamental concept remains at the core of all modern time travel devices, including the time turner. By the Renaissance, Italian magical artisans had created the first recognizable time-turner prototype. In Florence, a magical craftsman named Benvenuto Castellani created an exquisite device of silver and enchanted glass, capable of transporting a wizard back approximately 1 hour without the dangerous side effects that had plagued earlier attempts. The device was so precisely crafted that it resembled a piece of fine jewelry with delicate engravings depicting the phases of the moon encircling the tiny hourglass at its center. The sands within a time-turner represent perhaps the most fascinating aspect of their creation. These are no ordinary grains of sand, but rather time sand harvested from extremely rare temporal anomalies, locations where time naturally flows differently, certain deep underwater caves, the heart of ancient magical forests, or the shadowed valleys of mountains that have witnessed powerful magical events, produce minuscule quantities of this precious substance. When properly collected, refined, and enchanted, these sands become the core component that makes time manipulation possible. British innovation in time magic accelerated during the 16th century, as Elizabeth I's court contained several accomplished magical researchers who worked under the guise of astronomers and natural philosophers. The first ministry-regulated time-turner was created during this era, with strict limitations encoded into its very construction. Unlike earlier versions, these devices were designed to prevent paradoxes by creating what magical theorists call a closed time loop, ensuring that the past a wizard visits has already accounted for their presence. As candles flickered in secretive workshops throughout London, master craftsmen would spend months enchanting a single time-turner, carefully layering protective spells to prevent temporal accidents. The ministry established the Department of Mysteries during this period, with a special division dedicated to studying and controlling time magic. The hourglass chambers deep within the department contained the accumulated knowledge of centuries, with researchers continuing to push the boundaries of understanding while respecting the fundamental limitations that experience had proven necessary. By the 19th century, the time-turner had reached the form familiar to modern wizards, a precisely calibrated device capable of sending a user back a maximum of 5 hours, with enchantments preventing larger jumps that could potentially damage the fabric of time itself. The golden outer rings, when properly rotated, would create the necessary magical field to transport the user, while the inner mechanisms ensured the traveler's safety and the preservation of the timeline. As we lie here contemplating these ancient magical innovations, we might wonder, if wizards have spent thousands of years studying time, why has no one managed to overcome its fundamental limitations? What forces, magical, natural, or perhaps something beyond our understanding, keep us bound to time's relentless forward movement, with only the briefest, most carefully controlled exceptions? And if you possessed such a powerful device, knowing its dangers and restrictions, what moment would you choose to revisit? And what would you learn from experiencing time's flow twice? Chapter 2. The creation of the time-turner. The evening shadows lengthen across the ancient tomes that record the remarkable history of temporal magic. As we continue our journey through the mysteries of time, let us turn our attention to the specific creation of that most wondrous and dangerous device, the time-turner itself. The modern time-turner's creation is attributed primarily to a little-known but brilliant witch named Eloise Mintumble, who worked in the Department of Mysteries during the late 19th century. Mintumble dedicated her life to understanding the intricacies of temporal magic, having been fascinated by the subject since witnessing a temporal anomaly as a young girl, reportedly seeing a ghostly image of herself reading by a window before she had actually done so. As you might imagine, the workshop where Mintumble conducted her research was a marvel of magical innovation. Picture a circular room deep within the ministry, its walls lined with clock faces of every description, some showing conventional time, others running backward, some with multiple hands moving at different speeds, and a few that seemed to hover between ticking and stillness. The air would have been filled with the gentle symphony of ticking, a rhythmic backdrop to the complex arithmetic calculations that covered long scrolls of parchment spread across her workspace. The creation of a time turner required extraordinary magical skill across multiple disciplines. One must first understand that a time turner isn't merely an enchanted object, but rather a delicate marriage of charms, transfiguration, and arithmancy, with elements of alchemy incorporated into its physical construction. Each discipline contributed essential elements to the final device. The outer rings were crafted from a special alloy containing gold, silver, and traces of a mysterious metal that some magical historians believe may have come from meteorites, material that had, in a sense, already traveled through time and space. These metals were melted in crucibles, treated with stabilizing potions brewed during specific lunar phases, ensuring their magical compatibility with temporal enchantments. The process of shaping the rings demanded precision beyond the capabilities of conventional metalworking. Each ring needed to rotate around the others with perfect balance, creating 3 intersecting planes that would, when activated, generate the necessary magical field for temporal displacement. Mastercraft's wizards used a combination of transfiguration and the most delicate levitation charms to shape the metal, while it remained suspended in midair, never touching the rings with their hands until the initial forming was complete. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of the time turner's creation lay in the enchantment of the hourglass at its center. This tiny glass vessel contained the rare time sand grains collected from locations where temporal disturbances naturally occurred. The sands themselves required extensive magical treatment before they could be used. Each grain was individually enchanted through a painstaking process that took weeks to complete, with the witch or wizard performing the enchantment needing to maintain perfect concentration throughout. The glass housing these precious sands wasn't ordinary glass, but rather a specialized magical crystal grown over months through a process similar to that used in the creation of prophecy orbs. The crystal needed to be perfectly clear, yet strong enough to contain the powerful temporal energies of the sand within. As the crystal formed, enchantments were layered into its molecular structure, creating a container that existed partially outside normal time, a necessity for housing the active ingredient that would eventually allow time travel. Mintumble's greatest innovation came in the form of the temporal containment charms placed on the completed device. Previous attempts at time travel had suffered from unpredictable results precisely because they lacked sufficient magical boundaries. Imagine trying to redirect a river with your bare hands. The force simply flows around any obstacle. Similarly, time resists manipulation, often with catastrophic consequences for the would-be traveler. The containment charms Mintumble developed created what magical theorists call a closed causal loop, ensuring that any journey back in time would already be part of the established timeline. This brilliant safeguard meant that a witch or wizard using a time turner couldn't actually change the past, because their presence in that past moment had already been accounted for in the flow of time. This limitation, while frustrating to some, prevented the dangerous temporal paradoxes that had claimed the lives or sanity of earlier experimental time travelers. The final stage in creating a time turner involved an extensive process of magical stabilization. Once assembled, the device was sealed within a specially designed chamber in the Department of Mysteries, where it would remain for a full lunar cycle. During this period, teams of unspeakables would monitor the time turner continuously, making minute adjustments to its enchantments as needed, and ensuring that the temporal energies properly settled into their intended patterns. When finally deemed stable, each time turner was registered with the Ministry and assigned a specific magical signature that allowed for tracking its use. This registry was maintained by a select group of unspeakables who had taken unbreakable vows never to reveal the whereabouts or users of the devices, a necessary precaution given their immense power and potential for misuse. Mintumble herself tragically fell victim to the dangers of her research. In 1899, she became trapped in the year 1402 for a period of 5 days, an unprecedented duration of time travel that had catastrophic consequences. Upon her eventual return, she had aged 5 centuries and died soon after from the temporal shock to her system. The incident also resulted in a ripple effect that caused several individuals to be unborn as their ancestral timelines were disturbed. A sobering reminder of why the limitations placed on time turners were not arbitrary restrictions, but necessary safeguards. Following this incident, the ministry placed even stricter limitations on the creation and use of time turners. The number in existence was strictly controlled, with new ones created only to replace those damaged beyond repair or lost. By the late 20th century, the entire supply was kept under lock and key in the Department of Mysteries, available only for the most exceptional circumstances and under the direct oversight of the Minister for Magic. The golden warmth of these magical devices catches the light as we contemplate their power and their limitations. As your thoughts drift with the turning of time itself, consider this: what responsibility would weigh upon your shoulders if you possessed the knowledge to create such a device? Would you, like Mintumble, be willing to risk everything in pursuit of mastering time? Or would you heed the lessons written in the tragic pages of magical history? Chapter 3. The Physical Properties of a Time Turner. The gentle moonlight filters through ancient windows, illuminating the delicate object before us, a time turner, in all its intricate glory. Let us examine this remarkable magical artifact more closely, appreciating the physical properties that make it not only a tool of extraordinary power, but also an object of exquisite beauty. At first glance, a time turner appears deceptively simple: a small hourglass suspended within a series of interlocking golden rings. Yet this simplicity belies the tremendous complexity contained within its elegant form. Each element has been meticulously crafted, not merely for aesthetic purposes, but because every component serves a crucial magical function in the delicate process of time manipulation. The outer structure of a standard ministry-approved time turner consists of 3 concentric rings of varying diameters. These rings are crafted from a special magical alloy that appears golden, but contains several other metals, including silver and copper, as well as trace amounts of meteorite material. This combination creates a metal that resonates harmoniously with temporal magic. If you were to hold a time turner in your palm, you would notice that despite its metallic composition, it feels neither cold nor warm, but maintains a curious temperature that seems to exist in perfect equilibrium with its surroundings. The rings are inscribed with tiny runes and arithmetic symbols, often so small that they can only be properly examined under magnification. These inscriptions are not mere decoration, but form crucial parts of the enchantment matrix that governs the device's function. The outer ring typically bears symbols representing the constancy of time, while the middle ring contains runes associated with movement and transition. The innermost ring, which directly houses the hourglass, bears the most complex inscriptions, delicate binding runes that maintain the stability of the temporal field generated during use. When properly crafted, these rings rotate smoothly around one another, each moving on a different axis. This multi-axial rotation is essential to the function of the time turner, as it generates the necessary magical field when activated. The rings are balanced with such precision that they turn with almost no resistance, yet remain perfectly aligned when at rest. Master crafts wizards take particular pride in achieving this balance, as even the slightest imperfection could lead to dangerous temporal instabilities. Suspended at the center of these concentric rings hangs the hourglass itself, the true heart of the time turner. Unlike the ornate metalwork that surrounds it, the hourglass is an exercise in magical minimalism. 2 small bulbs of enchanted crystal connect via a narrow neck, through which flows the precious time sand when the device is turned. The crystal itself appears clear when viewed from certain angles, but takes on a subtle golden hue when light passes through it at others, an optical property unique to magically grown crystal of this specific variety. The time sand within the hourglass deserves special consideration, as it is perhaps the most remarkable and rare substance in the entire device. Each grain is barely visible to the naked eye, yet contains temporal properties that have fascinated magical researchers for centuries. The sand is not created, but rather harvested from locations where natural temporal anomalies occur, places where time flows differently than in the surrounding world. These grains appear to shift in color as they move, sometimes appearing golden, sometimes silver, and occasionally taking on a bluish glow in dim light. If you were to observe the sand closely, you might notice that it doesn't flow quite like ordinary sand. Each grain seems to move individually, rather than as part of a collective flow, creating an almost hypnotic visual effect. More curiously still, some unspeakables have reported that the sand sometimes appears to flow even when the time turner is perfectly still, though this effect is so subtle that it might easily be dismissed as a trick of the light. The chain from which a time turner hangs is far more than a simple accessory for wearing the device around one's neck. Crafted from the same specialized alloy as the rings, the chain serves as both a protective boundary and a magical conduit. Each link contains minuscule enchantments that help stabilize the temporal field when the time turner is activated, ensuring that it encompasses only those wearing or touching the chain. Without this feature, the temporal displacement effect might spread unpredictably, potentially drawing unintended objects or beings into the time jump. The clasp that secures the chain typically takes the form of a tiny representation of an Ouroboros, the ancient symbol of a serpent eating its own tail, representing the cyclical nature of time. This is not merely symbolic, but serves a practical purpose in completing the magical circuit formed by the chain, allowing the temporal energies to flow uninterrupted when the device is in use. When inactive, a time turner appears to be a static object, but those sensitive to magical energies might detect a subtle vibration emanating from it, the quiet hum of temporal magic contained within its structure. This sensation has been described as similar to the feeling of standing beside an extremely powerful magical artifact, yet somehow more elusive, as if the energy exists partially outside our normal perception of time. The weight of a time turner is another curious property that defies ordinary physical explanation. Though small enough to rest comfortably in the palm of your hand, a time turner feels heavier than its size would suggest, not uncomfortably so, but noticeably enough to remind the holder of its significance. Some magical theorists suggest this perceived weight actually represents the magical density of the object rather than its physical mass. Despite their durability, time turners are not indestructible. The enchantments that make them function also make them vulnerable to certain types of magical damage. Exposure to powerful curses or magical environments with unstable temporal properties can disrupt the delicate balance of spells that keep the device functioning properly. When damaged, a time turner doesn't simply cease working, but may exhibit dangerous malfunctions, sending users to unintended points in time or creating unstable temporal fields that can have unpredictable effects on the surrounding area. The Department of Mysteries maintains strict protocols for the regular inspection and maintenance of time turners in circulation. Unspeakables with specialized training would carefully examine each device, checking for signs of wear in the enchantments and refreshing the protective spells as needed. This maintenance was typically performed in specially designed chambers where the ambient magic could be precisely controlled to prevent interference with the time turner's delicate mechanisms. As the candlelight flickers across the gleaming surface of this remarkable device, one cannot help but marvel at the culmination of magical craftsmanship it represents. Every element, from the precise curvature of the rings to the mysterious properties of the sand within, serves a purpose in the complex magical symphony that allows for the manipulation of time itself. As your thoughts drift with the imagined turning of those golden rings, consider this: what unseen properties might exist within objects we encounter every day, and how might our understanding of the physical world change if we could perceive the hidden magical currents that flow through even the most ordinary of things. Chapter 4. The Basic Functionality of Time Travel. The embers in the fireplace cast a warm glow across the room as we delve deeper into the mysteries of temporal magic. Now that we understand the creation and physical properties of the time turner, let us explore how this remarkable device actually functions to transport a witch or wizard through the currents of time itself. At its most fundamental level, a time turner operates on principles that seem to defy the natural laws governing our existence. Time, as experienced by both wizards and muggles alike, flows in one direction, forward, moment by moment, in an unbroken stream. The time turner creates a controlled exception to this rule, allowing the user to move backward along this stream, while maintaining their physical form and consciousness intact. The activation of a time turner begins with a simple physical action, the turning of the device's outer ring, which causes the inner mechanisms to rotate. Each complete turn corresponds precisely to 1 hour of temporal displacement. This one-to-one relationship between turns and hours is not arbitrary, but rather a carefully calibrated magical constant established during the device's creation. The enchantments woven into the time turner's structure translate this physical movement into the magical effect of temporal displacement. As you turn the outer ring, you might notice a subtle resistance, as though the device were pushing back against your effort. This sensation reflects a fundamental truth about time magic, that time itself resists manipulation. The device must generate sufficient magical energy to overcome this natural resistance, which is one reason why time turners have strict limitations on how far back they can transport a user. When the turning is complete, the actual process of time travel begins. For the user, this experience is quite unlike other forms of magical transportation. There is no uncomfortable squeezing sensation as with apparition, nor the disorienting spin of flue travel. Instead, those who have used time turners describe a curious visual effect. The surroundings seem to blur and move rapidly in reverse, like watching memories in a pensieve being rewound at great speed. Colors swirl and merge as objects and people move backward through their recent actions. During this transition, the witch or wizard remains physically in the same location but moves backward through time. This is a crucial aspect of the time turner's function. It does not allow for spatial displacement, only temporal. You will arrive at exactly the same physical location from which you departed, only earlier in time. This limitation necessitates careful planning by the user to ensure they will not materialize in a space occupied by another object or person in the past, which could have catastrophic consequences. The magical field generated by an activated time turner extends only to those in physical contact with the device or its chain. This is why Hermione Granger needed to loop the chain around both herself and Harry Potter when they used it to save Sirius Black and Buckbeak. Without this contact, Harry would have remained in the present while Hermione traveled alone. The field creates what magical theorists call a temporal bubble that encompasses the travelers and moves them as a unit through time. During the journey itself, travelers exist in what unspeakables have termed temporal transit, a state neither fully in the present nor yet in the past. In this brief intermediate state, lasting only seconds from the traveler's perspective, they are partially removed from the normal flow of time. Some sensitive wizards have reported feeling weightless during this transition, while others describe a sensation of being gently pulled backward, as though caught in an invisible current. Upon arrival in the past, there is no dramatic entrance, no flash of light or sound to announce the traveler's appearance. One moment the space is empty, and the next, the time traveler is simply there. To anyone who might be observing, though successful time travel generally avoids such observations, the appearance would seem like sudden apparition, though without the characteristic popping sound. Once in the past, the time traveler exists physically in that moment, subject to all the normal laws of magic and physics. They can interact with their environment, cast spells, and even converse with people. Though this last action is strongly discouraged by all temporal magic guidelines due to the potential for creating paradoxes. The traveler's body functions normally, requiring food, water, and rest, just as it would in their original time. A fascinating aspect of time turner travel is that it creates what magical theorists call a predestination loop. Everything the time traveler does in the past has, in a sense, already happened and contributed to the timeline they originally experienced. This is not merely philosophical conjecture, but a magical certainty built into the function of ministry-approved time turners. The enchantments that make the device work also ensure that the traveler cannot create true paradoxes or alternate timelines. Consider the case of Harry Potter and the mysterious savior who cast the Patronus to save him and Sirius from the Dementors. When Harry first experienced this event, he believed he had seen his father cast the spell. Only after traveling back in time did he realize that he himself was the caster, that he had always been the one to save himself. The timeline remained consistent, with his future self's actions already incorporated into the events he had experienced. The hourglass at the center of the time turner plays a crucial role in maintaining this temporal stability. As the sand flows between the two bulbs during activation, it creates what unspeakables call a temporal anchor, a magical reference point that ensures the traveler's journey creates a closed loop rather than a branching timeline. The precisely timed flow of this enchanted sand helps regulate the magical energies involved in the displacement process. When the allocated time in the past concludes, that is, when the time traveler has caught up to the moment they originally left, the time turner does not automatically return them to their starting point. Rather, they continue to exist in the normal flow of time, now with memories of both the original timeline they experienced and their journey through the past. In essence, they have lived through those hours twice, accumulating additional memories and experiences that their past self did not have. This aspect of time turner functionality explains why extended use can place significant strain on the witch or wizard employing the device. The human mind is not naturally equipped to process dual sets of memories for the same time period, and the physical body may experience accelerated fatigue from effectively living more hours than would normally pass. Hermione Granger's exhaustion during her third year at Hogwarts stemmed directly from this phenomenon. Her body and mind were experiencing significantly more hours of consciousness than her classmates. The Ministry placed strict limitations on how frequently a time turner could be used by any individual precisely because of these effects. Guidelines suggested no more than 3 activations within a 24-hour period, with at least 8 hours of rest between uses to allow the wizard or witch's magical core to recover from the strain of temporal displacement. As the firelight flickers and we contemplate the intricate dance between magical intention and temporal reality, consider this: if time always incorporates the actions of those who travel through it, does this suggest that free will exists in harmony with predestination? Or perhaps, as you drift towards sleep, you might wonder how many unseen time travelers might be moving through our world at this very moment, their actions already woven into the tapestry of events we perceive as history unfolding for the first time. Chapter 5: The 5-Hour Limitation. Twilight deepens outside the window as we explore perhaps the most crucial aspect of time turner functionality, the strict 5-hour limitation that governs these remarkable devices. As stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, much like the boundaries that constrain even the most powerful magic, let us examine why this temporal restriction exists and what happens when wizards attempt to push beyond it. The 5-hour limitation of time turners is not an arbitrary rule imposed by cautious ministry officials, but rather a magical necessity born from centuries of often tragic experimentation. This constraint represents the maximum period of backwards time travel that can be safely achieved while maintaining the stability of both the timeline and the traveler's own existence. It is a boundary discovered through careful research and, sadly, through the misfortunes of those who ventured beyond safe parameters. To understand why this limitation exists, we must consider the very nature of temporal magic. Time, unlike other elements that wizards regularly manipulate, possesses a certain elasticity combined with an inexorable desire to maintain its proper flow. When a witch or wizard travels backward in time, they stretch this elasticity, creating what unspeakables call temporal tension. The further back one travels, the greater this tension becomes, until eventually it reaches a breaking point. This tension manifests in several ways. First, there is the strain placed upon the magical device itself. The enchantments woven into a time turner must work continuously to maintain the stability of the temporal displacement. Beyond 5 hours, these enchantments begin to deteriorate, creating instabilities in the device that can lead to unpredictable results. Imagine a rubber band stretched too far. Eventually, it either snaps back with dangerous force or breaks entirely. A device pushed beyond its limits might shatter, stranding the user in the past with no means of returning to their original time. Worse still, a failing time turner could create a temporal rupture, a tear in the fabric of time itself that might expand outward, affecting not just the traveler, but potentially altering the timeline in catastrophic and unpredictable ways. The second concern relates to the stability of the wizard or witch themselves. Human bodies and minds were not designed to exist outside their natural temporal progression. The magical field generated by a time turner provides protection against the adverse effects of moving against the flow of time, but this protection weakens as the distance traveled increases. Beyond 5 hours, the physical and psychological strain on the traveler becomes increasingly dangerous. Historical records from the Department of Mysteries document several cases of wizards who attempted to travel beyond the recommended limit. The symptoms they experienced upon return, if they returned at all, included rapid aging, temporal displacement sickness, a condition where the body exists partly in multiple time periods simultaneously, and in the most severe cases, a form of magical dementia, where past and present memories became hopelessly entangled. Perhaps the most famous case illustrating these dangers is that of Eloise Mintumble, whom we discussed in an earlier chapter. When she became trapped in the year 1402 for 5 days, the consequences were catastrophic. Upon her return, she aged 5 centuries in a matter of moments, her body attempting to reconcile the temporal displacement by aging at an accelerated rate. She died shortly thereafter, her physical form unable to withstand the strain of what amounted to 500 years of compressed aging. Furthermore, her extended presence in the past created serious temporal disturbances. The timeline attempted to accommodate her presence, resulting in several individuals being unborn, as their ancestral lineages were inadvertently altered. Historical accounts suggest that at least 25 families suddenly vanished from existence in the present, with no one but Department of Mysteries employees even realizing they had ever existed. The day following her return also witnessed an unusual temporal phenomenon. Tuesday lasted 2.5 days, while Thursday was compressed into just 4 hours. It took almost 6 months for time to normalize completely. The third reason for the 5-hour limitation concerns the prevention of paradoxes. A paradox occurs when an action taken in the past creates a logical impossibility in the present. The classic example is the wizard who travels back in time and prevents his own grandparents from meeting. If they never met, he would never have been born, and thus could not have traveled back in time to prevent their meeting. Time itself seems to resist such paradoxes, much as nature abhors a vacuum. The magical theory of temporal resilience suggests that the flow of time will always attempt to correct or prevent paradoxes from forming. The further back one travels, the more opportunities arise for paradoxical actions, and the more forcefully time will attempt to prevent them, sometimes with devastating consequences for the traveler. Consider that even within the 5-hour limit, the Ministry imposes strict guidelines on time turner users. They are instructed never to be seen by their past selves, to avoid changing established events, and to return to their exact departure point when their task is complete. These precautions help minimize the risk of paradoxes even within the safer temporal range. Beyond 5 hours, the complexity of maintaining a paradox-free journey increases exponentially. The web of cause and effect becomes so intricate that even the most careful wizard would find it nearly impossible to navigate without creating disturbances in the timeline. As these disturbances accumulate, the risk of a catastrophic temporal collapse grows unacceptably high. There exists a theoretical branch of temporal magic that suggests it might be possible to overcome the 5-hour limitation through the use of multiple time turners in sequence, or through the creation of enhanced devices with stronger enchantments. However, such research remains purely theoretical, as the Department of Mysteries has consistently refused to authorize experiments that might endanger the stability of time itself. The only known attempts to create time turners capable of traveling beyond the 5-hour limit occurred during the reign of Minister Millicent Bagnold in the early 1980s. A select group of unspeakables worked on what was called Project Kronos, attempting to develop a more powerful device for use in the aftermath of the First Wizarding War. The project was abandoned after several alarming incidents, including the complete disappearance of one researcher who was testing a prototype. According to classified ministry records, the experimental chamber where the test occurred was found filled with a strange sand-like substance that continued to shift and move of its own accord for several weeks afterward. In more recent years, rumors have occasionally surfaced about clandestine research by magical governments or private individuals seeking to overcome this limitation. None of these rumors have been substantiated, and the mainstream magical community considers such ventures foolhardy at best and catastrophically dangerous at worst. The wisdom of the 5-hour limitation has been proven repeatedly throughout wizarding history. It represents not merely a cautious approach to powerful magic, but a necessary boundary to prevent disasters that could affect not just individual wizards, but potentially the entire fabric of reality itself. As night deepens and the boundaries between conscious thought and dreams grow thinner, consider this. What would you do if you possessed a device that could send you 5 hours into the past? No more, no less. Would you, like Hermione Granger, use it responsibly to expand your learning and experiences within the confines of its limitations? Or would you be tempted, as so many before, to push against those boundaries, seeking to bend time further to your will despite the whispered warnings of those who tried and failed? Chapter 6. The Paradox Prevention Enchantments. The midnight hour approaches, when the veil between possibilities grows thin. It is the perfect time to explore one of the most remarkable aspects of time-turner magic, the paradox prevention enchantments that safeguard the very fabric of reality when wizards venture into the past. These sophisticated magical safeguards represent some of the most elegant spellwork ever devised, quietly maintaining the stability of time itself. A paradox, in its simplest definition, occurs when cause and effect become impossibly tangled. The classic example often cited in temporal magic textbooks is the grandfather paradox. If a wizard were to travel back in time and prevent his own grandfather from meeting his grandmother, he would never have been born. Yet if he were never born, he could not have traveled back in time to prevent the meeting. This circular impossibility represents a tear in the logical fabric of reality that magic itself seems to resist. Time turners contain multiple layers of enchantments specifically designed to prevent such paradoxes from occurring. These spells work in subtle harmony, guiding the user away from actions that would create temporal contradictions while still allowing limited interaction with the past. Understanding these protections reveals much about both the sophistication of the magic involved and the inherent dangers they guard against. The primary paradox prevention enchantment is what unspeakables call the closed-loop charm. This fundamental spell ensures that any journey into the past creates what magical theorists term a predestination paradox rather than a true paradox. In a predestination paradox, the time traveler's actions in the past actually help cause the future they came from, creating a stable time loop rather than an alternative timeline. Consider how this manifested when Harry Potter and Hermione Granger used a time turner to save Sirius Black and Buckbeak. When Harry first experienced events by the lake, he believed he had seen his father cast a Patronus to drive away the Dementors. Later, after traveling back in time, he realized that he had in fact seen himself, or rather, he would be the one to cast that spell. His journey to the past didn't change what had happened. It fulfilled what had already occurred. This elegant magical solution, ensuring that time travel completes rather than changes established events, is maintained through several interconnected enchantments within the time turner. The hourglass contains specially treated time sand that resonates with the natural flow of time, creating what might be called a temporal anchor. This anchor point prevents the formation of divergent timelines by subtly influencing the traveler's perceptions and choices. Magical researchers have observed that time turner users often feel a gentle but persistent intuition guiding them away from actions that would create paradoxes. This sensation isn't merely psychological, but the result of the temporal nudge charm embedded within the device's golden rings. This enchantment creates a magical influence, similar to but distinct from the imperious curse. It doesn't control the witch or wizard outright, but rather makes certain choices feel more natural or inevitable than others. The sensation has been described by experienced users as a path of least resistance through time. Actions that would maintain the established timeline simply feel more right, while potential paradoxical actions might induce a sense of wrongness or discomfort. This magical guidance is typically subtle enough that the user might attribute it to their own intuition, rather than an external influence. Another crucial component of paradox prevention is the obliviation resistance charm. This sophisticated enchantment prevents time travelers from being affected by memory charms during their journey into the past. Without this protection, a simple obliviate spell cast by someone the traveler encounters could create a dangerous situation. The traveler might forget their purpose, or even that they had used a time turner at all, potentially leading to them missing their return point or taking paradoxical actions. This resistance extends only to the traveler's memories of their original timeline and the purpose of their journey. They remain vulnerable to other forms of magic. This limited protection represents an elegant magical balance, providing just enough safeguarding to prevent accidental paradoxes without making the traveler invulnerable, which could potentially lead to overconfidence and reckless behavior. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of the paradox prevention enchantments is the temporal elasticity charm. This subtle spell works with time's natural tendency to resist major changes, magnifying the elastic properties of the timeline. Minor alterations, a leaf falling differently, a few words spoken that weren't in the original timeline, are absorbed without consequence. More significant changes that might lead toward paradox create increasing temporal resistance, making such actions progressively more difficult to perform. This elasticity explains why time travelers can interact with their environment to some degree without causing catastrophe. The timeline can accommodate minor variations as long as the overall flow of significant events remains consistent. Like a river that might flow around small new obstacles while maintaining its course to the sea, time absorbs inconsequential changes while preserving its essential direction. For the most dangerous potential paradoxes, such as a witch or wizard attempting to directly prevent a past event that led to their use of the time turner in the first place, the enchantments create what is known as a temporal aversion field. This powerful magical effect makes it nearly impossible for the traveler to directly interfere with these crucial events. They might find themselves delayed by seemingly coincidental occurrences, become temporarily disoriented, or feel an overwhelming magical compulsion to avoid the specific location where their past self is present. These compulsion effects strengthen the closer one gets to creating a true paradox. In extreme cases, witches and wizards have reported physical symptoms, dizziness, nausea, or even temporary magical exhaustion, when attempting to directly interfere with events they had already experienced from the other perspective. The magic of the time turner actively protects the timeline by making paradoxical actions increasingly difficult and uncomfortable. What makes these enchantments truly remarkable is how they work in concert not only with each other, but with the natural properties of time itself. Magical theorists believe that time has its own form of self-preservation, a tendency to maintain coherence and resist contradictions. The paradox prevention enchantments don't fight against this natural property, but rather amplify and direct it, working with the fundamental nature of time rather than against it. This cooperative approach to temporal magic represents one of the most sophisticated achievements in magical theory and practice. Unlike brute force approaches that might attempt to simply override natural laws, time turner enchantments create a harmonious relationship between the wizard's intent and time's natural flow, allowing limited manipulation while respecting fundamental constraints. The Department of Mysteries conducted extensive research on how these enchantments functioned in practice, carefully documenting cases where time turners were used for various purposes. Their classified reports reveal a fascinating pattern. In hundreds of documented uses, not a single true paradox occurred. Even in situations where users deliberately attempted to create contradictions under controlled experimental conditions, the combination of enchantments and time's natural resistance prevented the formation of actual paradoxes. These findings led to the development of the temporal consistency theorem, which suggests that time travel via properly enchanted devices like time turners always creates stable loops rather than branching timelines or paradoxes. While some magical theorists dispute whether this represents an absolute law or merely a strong tendency, the practical evidence supporting the theorem remains compelling. The existence of these sophisticated protective enchantments reveals something profound about the relationship between magic and time, that even magic, with all its reality-bending potential, must respect certain fundamental laws. The wizards who developed time turners didn't conquer time but rather negotiated a careful agreement with it, creating devices that could bend its flow within strict parameters while preserving its essential integrity. As the midnight hour passes, and your thoughts drift between wakefulness and dreams, consider this question: if time itself resists paradoxes so strongly that even the most powerful magic can only work within its constraints, what might this tell us about the nature of fate and free will? Are our choices truly our own, or are we all moving along predestined paths? Our apparent freedom merely an illusion within a time stream that has already accounted for every decision we will ever make? Chapter 7. The Psychological Effects on Time Travelers. As the waning moon casts elongated shadows across the room, we turn our attention to a less discussed but equally significant aspect of time turner use: the profound psychological effects experienced by those who journey through time. Behind the gleaming gold and fascinating magical theory lies a more human story of minds stretched across moments, forever changed by experiencing time in ways nature never intended. The human mind evolved to experience time as a linear progression, with each moment flowing naturally into the next. When a witch or wizard uses a time turner, they force their consciousness to experience a divergence from this natural pattern, creating psychological effects that range from the subtle to the severe. The Department of Mysteries has documented these effects extensively, though such records remain largely confidential even within the ministry itself. The most immediate psychological effect reported by time turner users is a phenomenon known as temporal disorientation. Upon arriving in the past, many wizards describe a brief but intense sensation of confusion, a few moments where the mind struggles to reconcile its new temporal position. The witch or wizard might experience fleeting uncertainty about where they are, or even who they are, as the brain attempts to align memories with their current circumstances. This disorientation typically passes within seconds, but those seconds can feel profoundly unsettling. Imagine suddenly finding yourself in a location you recognize, but at an earlier point in time. The cognitive dissonance between what you remember having just happened and what is now happening around you creates a momentary fracture in your perception of reality. Some sensitive individuals report this sensation as similar to the moment between dreaming and waking, where the boundaries between different states of consciousness briefly blur. Once oriented, the time traveler must then navigate a more prolonged and complex psychological challenge, maintaining what unspeakables call temporal dual awareness. This state requires the witch or wizard to simultaneously hold two mental frameworks: their memory of how events originally unfolded and their current experience of the same time frame. This cognitive burden can be surprisingly taxing, particularly during extended periods of time travel. Consider Hermione Granger's experience during her third year at Hogwarts. While using a time turner to attend multiple classes simultaneously, she effectively lived many days twice. This required her to maintain separate memories of parallel experiences occurring during the same hours, remembering both her first journey through a particular afternoon and her second journey through that same time period. The mental compartmentalization required for this feat is considerable. Prolonged use of time turners often leads to a condition informally called temporal fatigue. Unlike physical tiredness, This peculiar exhaustion affects the mind specifically. The symptoms include difficulty concentrating, mild memory problems, and a distinctive sensation that long-term users describe as temporal thinning, a feeling that one's consciousness has been stretched too far across time, becoming somehow less substantial in the process. The case of Madame Althea Carneris, a Department of Mysteries researcher who used a time turner regularly for 2 years during the 1950s, provides a sobering illustration of these effects. In her journals, she described experiencing moments of alarming disconnection from the present and noted that she increasingly felt like a ghost moving through time, rather than a solid being living within it. Her colleagues observed that she would occasionally pause mid-conversation, her eyes focused on nothing, as though perceiving events from another time entirely. More serious psychological effects can develop in cases of time turner misuse or overuse. The ministry guidelines recommending no more than 5 hours of backward travel per day and no more than 3 activations within any 24-hour period were established specifically to prevent the onset of serious temporal psychological disorders. One such condition is chronological dysphoria, a persistent feeling of being in the wrong time. Sufferers report feeling that they should be in a different temporal position than their current one, creating a constant sense of unease similar to extreme homesickness. In severe cases, this can lead to obsessive attempts to recreate specific past moments or environments, as the witch or wizard tries to alleviate their temporal displacement anxiety. Another documented condition is memory bifurcation, where the time traveler begins to experience uncertainty about which version of events they personally experienced firsthand and which they observed during temporal revisiting. Their original memories and their memories from time travel begin to blur together, creating confusion about their own personal timeline. In extreme cases, this can lead to a fragmented sense of self, as the continuous narrative that forms our identity becomes disrupted by temporal inconsistencies. Perhaps most unsettling is paradox anxiety, a specific form of magical psychological stress that emerges when a time traveler becomes acutely aware of the potential consequences of their actions in the past. This manifests as an intense fear of inadvertently changing something significant, creating obsessive checking behaviors and a reluctance to interact with the environment at all. Some sufferers report intrusive thoughts about potential butterfly effects stemming from their smallest actions, leading to near paralysis when in the past. Interestingly, the enchantments within time turners that prevent paradoxes also seem to provide some protection against the most severe psychological effects. The subtle magical influence that guides users away from paradoxical actions also appears to stabilize their temporal perception to some degree. When these enchantments are functioning properly, they create what one researcher described as a psychological handrail, a magical support that helps the human mind navigate the unnatural experience of displaced time. The psychological effects of time travel are not entirely negative, however. Many wizards report profound insights gained from experiencing time non-linearly. Seeing events unfold with the knowledge of what comes next can create a unique perspective on causality and consequence. Some philosophers in the Department of Mysteries suggest that time travel, when approached mindfully, can expand one's understanding of reality in ways that would otherwise be impossible. Madame Eloise Mintumble, despite her tragic end after extended time travel, wrote eloquently about this aspect in her personal journals. To see time from outside its flow, even briefly, is to glimpse the underlying patterns of existence that remain hidden to those who only move forward through moments. There is a terrible beauty in witnessing the intricate dance of cause and effect from both sides simultaneously. The Department of Mysteries developed several therapeutic approaches for those experiencing adverse psychological effects from time travel. These included specialized forms of occlumency designed to help organize temporal memories, meditative techniques to ground oneself in the present moment, and in severe cases, carefully calibrated memory charms to help integrate fragmented temporal experiences into a coherent whole. Preventative measures were also established for regular time turner users. These included keeping detailed journals to externalize and organize memories from different temporal perspectives, practicing specific visualization techniques before and after time travel to maintain temporal orientation, and observing periods of temporal rest during which no time travel was permitted, allowing the mind to settle into the natural flow of time. For the ordinary witch or wizard granted temporary use of a time turner, most psychological effects remain mild and transient, a brief disorientation, perhaps some fatigue or confusion, but nothing lasting. However, the potential for more serious effects informed the ministry's strict limitations on who could access these devices and for what purposes. The application process for time turner use included psychological evaluations, specifically designed to identify those who might be particularly vulnerable to adverse temporal psychological effects. Children and adolescents were generally considered especially susceptible to these effects, as their sense of self and temporal perception were still developing. Hermione Granger's authorized use during her 3rd year at Hogwarts was a rare exception, granted only because of her exceptional psychological maturity and academic necessity, and even then, only with regular monitoring by Professor McGonagall for signs of temporal stress. As moonlight shifts slowly across the floor, marking time's passage in the simplest and most ancient way, consider this: how might your own perception of yourself change if you experienced moments not once but twice? Would the knowledge of what is to come enhance your appreciation of the present, or would the burden of carrying multiple timelines within your mind change how you relate to the very concept of now? As sleep draws nearer, perhaps you might wonder, are our dreams, with their fluid approach to time and causality, preparing us in some small way for the complexities that wizards face when they turn the golden rings of a time turner? Chapter 8. The Ministry's Strict Regulations. The deep hush of night surrounds us now, reminiscent of the secrecy that has always enveloped the Ministry's handling of time turners. Beyond the magical theory and personal experiences, there exists an intricate framework of laws, regulations, and bureaucratic oversight that governs every aspect of temporal magic. Let us explore the labyrinthine regulations that the Ministry of Magic has established to control these remarkable but potentially catastrophic devices. The Department of Mysteries, specifically its Time Division, bears primary responsibility for all matters related to time turners. Within this secretive department, a small group of specially trained unspeakables oversees the creation, maintenance, storage, and authorized distribution of every time turner in Britain. These individuals take magical vows of secrecy regarding their work, binding oaths that prevent them from discussing time turner operations outside officially sanctioned channels. The Ministry's approach to regulating time turners evolved significantly following several historical incidents that demonstrated the dangers of temporal manipulation. The Temporal Decree of 1699, the first comprehensive legislation on time magic, established the fundamental principle that still guides Ministry policy today. Time travel is not a right but a closely regulated privilege, granted only under exceptional circumstances and with extensive safeguards. Under current regulations, the total number of time turners permitted to exist simultaneously is strictly limited. While the exact number remains classified, magical historians estimate that the Ministry maintained fewer than 24 devices at any given time prior to their destruction in 1996. Each time turner bears a unique magical signature that allows it to be tracked by the Department of Mysteries, ensuring that unauthorized duplications or modifications can be detected immediately. The application process for time turner use represents one of the Ministry's most rigorous approval systems. Potential users must submit formal requests detailing the specific purpose, duration, and scope of intended use. These applications are reviewed by a special committee comprised of senior unspeakables, representatives from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and at least one member of the Wizengamot. This committee evaluates each application against strict criteria, including necessity, whether the stated goal cannot reasonably be achieved through other magical means, safety, whether the proposed use presents minimal risk of temporal disruption, and character, whether the applicant demonstrates the responsibility and magical competence required for safe operation. Fewer than 10% of applications receive approval, with most rejections citing insufficient justification for the extraordinary measure of time travel. For those rare applications that receive preliminary approval, the process has only begun. Prospective users must then undergo rigorous magical and psychological evaluations to assess their suitability. These assessments include specialized versions of legilimency designed to evaluate the candidate's mental stability, impulse control, and vulnerability to temporal psychological effects. Candidates must also demonstrate proficiency in temporal theory by passing a comprehensive examination covering the principles, limitations, and proper procedures for time-turner use. This testing ensures that users understand not only how to operate the device, but also why certain restrictions exist and the potential consequences of disregarding them. The Ministry imposes strict usage parameters on approved applicants. These include: violations of these parameters can result in immediate revocation of time-turner privileges, substantial fines, and in severe cases, criminal charges under the Temporal Security Act. The most serious offenses, those involving deliberate attempts to create paradoxes or significantly alter established events, can result in sentences to Azkaban, reflecting the Ministry's view that temporal manipulation misuse represents a threat to magical society as a whole. Given these stringent requirements, you might wonder how Hermione Granger, a third-year student at Hogwarts, received authorization to use a time-turner for an entire academic year. This exceptional case highlights both the flexibility and the limitations of the Ministry's regulatory framework. Hermione's case began with a strong recommendation from Professor Minerva McGonagall, who, as Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and a respected member of the magical community, carried significant influence with the Ministry. McGonagall argued that Hermione represented an extraordinary student whose academic potential justified extraordinary measures. The application emphasized the strictly limited scope of the requested use, solely for attending overlapping classes within the protected environment of Hogwarts. This narrow purpose, combined with the school's magical protections and the direct supervision of Hogwarts professors, mitigated many of the typical concerns about time-turner use. Furthermore, though only 13 years old, Hermione underwent the same rigorous psychological evaluation as adult applicants, demonstrating exceptional maturity, self-discipline, and magical aptitude. Her perfect academic record provided additional evidence of her responsibility and commitment to following rules, crucial traits for anyone entrusted with temporal magic. Even with these favorable factors, Hermione's authorization came with additional restrictions beyond the standard parameters. Professor McGonagall served as her official ministry sponsor, taking personal and magical responsibility for monitoring her use of the device and reporting any irregularities. Hermione was required to meet weekly with McGonagall for psychological assessment and received specialized instruction in temporal theory, beyond what was typically provided to time-turner users. Most significantly, Hermione's time-turner was enhanced with additional enchantments that further restricted its use. The device was charmed to function only within Hogwarts grounds and only during designated class hours, preventing potential misuse for other purposes. These additional safeguards reflect the Ministry's cautious approach, even in approved cases involving exceptional circumstances. The Ministry maintains special protocols for emergencies involving time-turners. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement includes a specialized temporal incident response team, trained to address situations where authorized users encounter unexpected problems or where unauthorized temporal magic is detected. These wizards receive specialized training in containing temporal anomalies and reversing limited temporal damage before it can spread to affect broader time streams. When a time-turner malfunctions or is misused, the resulting temporal disturbances create distinctive magical signatures that can be detected by monitoring enchantments maintained by the Department of Mysteries. These monitoring systems cover all of Wizarding Britain, allowing for rapid response to potential temporal incidents before they escalate into larger problems. The destruction of the Ministry's entire collection of time turners during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in 1996 represented an unprecedented crisis in temporal regulation. The official Ministry position, released in a classified memo to department heads, described the incident as a significant setback to controlled temporal research, but also an opportunity to reassess the fundamental approach to time travel authorization. In the aftermath, the Ministry established a special commission to evaluate whether time turners should be recreated at all. This commission debated for nearly 3 years before reaching the conclusion that the benefits of strictly controlled temporal research outweighed the risks, provided that significantly enhanced security measures were implemented for any future devices. The current status of time turner recreation efforts remains classified, though rumors persist within magical academic circles that the Department of Mysteries has developed prototype devices with more sophisticated limitations and safeguards than their predecessors. These enhanced time turners reportedly include charms that automatically prevent their use in situations that might create significant temporal disturbances, essentially automating many of the judgment calls previously left to human users. As the night deepens around us and the Ministry's grand offices stand silent in the darkness, consider this question. If you were tasked with rewriting the regulations governing time turners, how would you balance the extraordinary potential benefits of controlled time travel against its equally extraordinary risks? What wisdom might guide your hand as you drafted rules for touching the most precious and dangerous substance in existence? Not gold or jewels, but time itself. Chapter 9. Hermione Granger's Exceptional Case. The first hints of dawn begin to lighten the eastern sky, bringing with them the promise of a new day. It seems an appropriate moment to examine one of the most fascinating documented cases of time turner use. The extraordinary circumstances that led to a 13-year-old Hogwarts student being granted access to one of the wizarding world's most regulated magical devices. Hermione Granger's case stands as an exceptional anomaly in the Ministry's otherwise strict approach to temporal magic. Never before had a time turner been entrusted to a witch so young, and never for a purpose as seemingly mundane as attending additional classes. Yet within this unusual case lie important insights about both the limitations and possibilities of time turner use when approached with sufficient care and intelligence. The story begins in the summer of 1993, as Hermione prepared to enter her 3rd year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Already distinguished by her academic brilliance and meticulous approach to her studies, Hermione faced a scheduling conflict that would have frustrated any dedicated student. The Hogwarts curriculum for 3rd-year students required them to select elective subjects in addition to their core classes. While most students chose 2 or perhaps 3 additional subjects, Hermione was determined to study everything offered: arithmancy, ancient runes, divination, care of magical creatures, and Muggle studies. The problem, of course, was that several of these classes were scheduled simultaneously. The Hogwarts timetable, designed with the assumption that students would select only a reasonable number of electives, created multiple conflicts that would make Hermione's ambitious academic plan impossible under normal circumstances. It was Professor Minerva McGonagall who first proposed the extraordinary solution. As deputy headmistress, head of Gryffindor House, and Hermione's Transfiguration professor, McGonagall had observed firsthand the young witch's exceptional abilities and dedication. In early correspondence with the Department of Magical Education during that summer, McGonagall made a remarkable request that Hermione be granted access to a time turner for strictly academic purposes. The initial response from Ministry officials was, predictably, skepticism. The standard policy explicitly prohibited time turner use by minors, with previous exceptions made only in cases of dire magical emergency, never for something as ordinary as class attendance. Furthermore, the extended daily use proposed for Hermione far exceeded the typical authorization period for even adult wizards, who were generally granted time turners only for specific, limited tasks. What followed was an unusually passionate advocacy campaign by Professor McGonagall, who leveraged her considerable reputation and connections within the ministry to press for reconsideration. In a series of increasingly detailed letters, she outlined the case for making an exception, emphasizing several key points that eventually persuaded the ministry's time division to consider the application. First, McGonagall argued that Hermione represented a truly exceptional student whose academic potential justified extraordinary measures. She submitted Hermione's complete academic record, which showed perfect scores across all subjects, a feat achieved by only a handful of students in Hogwarts' thousand-year history. Several professors provided supporting statements, including Phileas Flitwick, who described Hermione as possibly the most naturally gifted student I have encountered in over 40 years of teaching. Second, McGonagall proposed a strictly limited scope for the Time Turner's use, solely for attending overlapping classes within the protected environment of Hogwarts. Unlike typical applications that might involve complex interactions in varied settings, Hermione's use would follow a predictable, repeating pattern within the magically secured boundaries of the school. This controlled environment significantly reduced many of the typical risks associated with temporal magic. Perhaps most persuasively, McGonagall outlined an unprecedented system of safeguards and supervision that would surround Hermione's use of the device. She personally volunteered to serve as official ministry sponsor, taking magical responsibility for monitoring all uses of the Time Turner and reporting any irregularities. Weekly meetings would assess Hermione's psychological state and temporal adjustment, while additional protective enchantments would be placed on the Time Turner itself to restrict its functionality to school grounds and class hours. The Department of Mysteries remained hesitant, however, until the intervention of Albus Dumbledore. The Hogwarts headmaster rarely involved himself directly in such administrative matters, which made his advocacy in this case particularly significant. In a private meeting with the head of the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore provided additional context that seems to have been crucial in securing final approval. While the official records of this meeting remain sealed, magical historians believe Dumbledore may have shared his assessment of Hermione's potential importance in the wizarding world's future. Given subsequent events and Hermione's eventual role in the defeat of Lord Voldemort, his judgment proved remarkably prescient. Some speculate that Dumbledore, with his characteristic foresight, recognized that providing Hermione with advanced education across multiple disciplines would later prove crucial in ways that neither she nor the ministry could anticipate. With these extraordinary advocates and safeguards in place, the ministry eventually granted conditional approval, and Hermione became the youngest authorized Time Turner user in recorded British magical history. Before receiving the device, she underwent a modified version of the standard psychological evaluation, demonstrating remarkable mental resilience and self-discipline that further reassured ministry officials of her suitability. The Time Turner provided to Hermione featured several additional enchantments beyond those present in standard models. These modifications included geographical restrictions that prevented the device from functioning beyond Hogwarts boundaries, temporal limitations that only permitted travel of up to 3 hours, rather than the standard 5, and monitoring charms that allowed Professor McGonagall to be immediately alerted should any unusual temporal patterns be detected. Hermione received careful instruction and proper Time Turner protocol during a private meeting with Professor McGonagall before the start of term. The conversation, later described in McGonagall's official reports to the ministry, covered the standard guidelines, but emphasized with particular clarity the absolute necessity of secrecy. Hermione was forbidden from revealing her possession of the Time Turner to anyone, including her closest friends, and was warned that any breach of this confidentiality would result in immediate confiscation of the device. The practical limitations of Hermione's Time Turner use reveal much about how these devices function within strictly controlled parameters. Her typical pattern involved attending one class, then finding a secure, unoccupied location, often a bathroom stall, to activate the Time Turner. She would then travel back to attend her concurrent class, carefully avoiding any location where she might encounter her earlier self. This routine created unique stresses beyond those experienced by typical Time Turner users. While most authorized users employed the device for single, specific tasks, Hermione used hers almost daily throughout the academic year. This regular temporal displacement created what unspeakables call cumulative temporal strain, the gradual psychological and physical toll of repeatedly experiencing the same hours twice. Signs of this strain became increasingly evident as the year progressed. Classmates and professors noted Hermione's growing exhaustion, irritability, and occasional disorientation, all typical symptoms of extensive time turner use. Professor McGonagall's weekly assessments documented these concerns, though they consistently concluded that the symptoms remained within acceptable parameters and did not justify revoking authorization. What makes Hermione's case particularly remarkable is her self-imposed academic burden. Unlike most adults who receive time turner authorization for specific, limited tasks, she chose to maintain this exhausting schedule throughout the entire academic year. Her extreme dedication to her studies drove her to endure significant temporal strain rather than sacrifice any educational opportunity, a choice that reflects both her extraordinary determination and perhaps a certain youthful inability to recognize her own limitations. By the spring term, the cumulative effects had become severe enough that even Hermione began to recognize the unsustainability of her schedule. In her March assessment meeting with Professor McGonagall, she acknowledged experiencing symptoms of advanced temporal fatigue, including momentary disorientation when transitioning between her original and secondary timelines, difficulty concentrating during her final classes of the day, and occasional temporal echoes, brief sensory impressions of events from her alternate timeline bleeding into her primary experience. These symptoms, while concerning, were not unusual for extended time turner use and would likely have resolved themselves once Hermione returned to a normal schedule. Her case might have remained a quiet example of successful, if demanding, educational time turner use, noteworthy only in ministry records for the exception made regarding her age. However, the events of June 1994 transformed Hermione's time turner experience into something far more significant in wizarding history. When confronted with the imminent execution of the Hippogriff Buckbeak and the capture of the wrongfully accused Sirius Black, Hermione made the momentous decision to use her time turner for purposes well beyond its authorized educational function. This unauthorized use, traveling back 3 hours to save both Buckbeak and Sirius, represented a clear violation of her ministry authorization. Yet remarkably, this same unauthorized use also demonstrated the wisdom of those who had advocated for entrusting her with the device in the first place. Even while breaking the letter of her authorization, Hermione adhered strictly to its spirit and to the fundamental principles of safe temporal manipulation. Throughout this unauthorized adventure, she maintained the essential guidelines that prevent dangerous temporal consequences. She carefully avoided being seen by her past self, prevented direct interference with established events, and ensured that her actions created a stable time loop rather than a paradoxical alternative timeline. Her meticulous attention to these principles, even in a high-stress situation, showed a sophisticated understanding of temporal theory that would have impressed even experienced unspeakables. The ministry never learned the full details of this unauthorized use. Professor McGonagall's final report noted only that Hermione had voluntarily surrendered the time turner at the end of the academic year, citing the excessive strain of her class schedule and her decision to drop several electives for her 4th year. The device was returned to the Department of Mysteries, seemingly having served its limited educational purpose without incident. What makes Hermione's case so illuminating for our understanding of time turner limitations is the remarkable balance it demonstrates between strict regulation and necessary flexibility, between appropriate caution and recognition of exceptional circumstances. Her experience shows that even the most rigid magical restrictions sometimes benefit from thoughtful exceptions, particularly when those exceptions are surrounded by careful safeguards and entrusted to individuals of exceptional character and ability. As the first light of dawn grows stronger, casting long shadows across the room, contemplate this question: did Hermione's experiences with the time turner shape her into the formidable witch she would later become? Or did the ministry correctly identify qualities she already possessed that made her uniquely suited to handle the burden of temporal magic? Perhaps, like many aspects of time itself, the answer lies somewhere in between, in that mysterious space where potential and achievement, cause and effect, past and future, all intertwine in ways that even the most sophisticated magic cannot fully separate. Chapter 10. The Rescue of Sirius Black and Buckbeak. Morning light now streams through the windows as we explore, perhaps the most famous documented use of a time-turner in recent wizarding history, the extraordinary rescue of Sirius Black and the hippogriff Buckbeak on a fateful June evening in 1994. This remarkable incident not only demonstrated the potential of temporal magic when wielded responsibly, but also illustrated the careful navigation required to work within the time-turner's inherent limitations. The events of that night began in the hospital wing of Hogwarts, where Harry Potter and Hermione Granger had just learned terrible news. Sirius Black, recently discovered to be innocent of the crimes for which he had been imprisoned, had been captured and was scheduled to receive the Dementor's kiss, a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, the hippogriff Buckbeak, unjustly condemned after an incident involving Draco Malfoy, had presumably already been executed. The situation seemed hopeless. The testimony of two 13-year-old students would hardly outweigh the word of a respected Hogwarts professor, even if that professor was Severus Snape, whose complicated history with Sirius Black might have biased his account. The ministry representatives had already made their decision, and time was rapidly running out. It was in this desperate moment that Albus Dumbledore made a remarkable suggestion, though one delivered with characteristic indirection, without explicitly instructing them to use the time-turner, which would have constituted a direct authorization of unsanctioned temporal intervention. He nevertheless hinted to Hermione that 3 turns should do it, and emphasized that more than one innocent life could be saved if they succeeded. This subtle approach reflected Dumbledore's understanding of both the letter and spirit of temporal magic regulations. By avoiding direct instructions while providing critical information, he maintained a certain diplomatic distance from the unauthorized use about to occur, while ensuring the young witch and wizard had the guidance necessary to succeed. For Hermione, this represented a momentous decision. Throughout the school year, she had adhered strictly to the terms of her time-turner authorization, using it solely for attending additional classes and maintaining absolute secrecy about its existence. Now, she faced the prospect of breaking those terms by using the device for an unauthorized purpose and revealing its existence to Harry. That she chose to do so speaks to both her moral courage and her sophisticated understanding of the principles underlying temporal restrictions. While the specific use would violate her authorization's terms, the fundamental objective, preventing a grave injustice without creating dangerous temporal disruptions, aligned with the deeper purpose of the ministry's regulations. Rules existed to prevent harm, not to enable it through inaction. As Hermione withdrew the small hourglass hanging from the chain around her neck, Harry Potter became one of the few people outside the Department of Mysteries to learn of the device's existence. His initial confusion, "That's a time-turner, Harry. McGonagall gave it to me the first day of school," quickly gave way to determined focus as Hermione explained their mission. The actual process of time travel itself was remarkably straightforward. Hermione looped the long golden chain around both their necks, ensuring that Harry would be included within the temporal displacement field. She then turned the hourglass precisely 3 times, each turn representing 1 hour of backward travel. The hospital wing around them seemed to dissolve, as colors and shapes blurred in that characteristic visual effect of time-turner activation. When the world resolidified around them, they found themselves in the deserted entrance hall of Hogwarts, exactly 3 hours earlier than the moment they had left. This aspect of their journey illustrates an important limitation of time-turner travel. While they moved backward in time, they remained in the same physical location. Had anyone been present in that exact spot 3 hours earlier, the consequences could have been dangerous for all involved. What followed was a masterclass in navigating the constraints of temporal magic. Despite the urgency of their mission and the life-or-death stakes involved, Harry and Hermione demonstrated remarkable discipline in adhering to the fundamental principles that prevent dangerous temporal paradoxes. First and most crucially, they maintained the integrity of events as they had originally experienced them. Hermione repeatedly restrained Harry from intervening prematurely or in ways that would have altered their original timeline. "Don't you understand? We're breaking one of the most important wizarding laws." Her understanding of the closed-loop nature of time-turner travel was intuitive and correct. They weren't changing the past but fulfilling it. Their careful observation of events from their new vantage point revealed aspects of the situation they hadn't originally perceived. They discovered that the mysterious Patronus that had saved them from the Dementors by the lake had not been cast by James Potter, as Harry had initially believed, but would need to be cast by Harry himself when the moment arrived, a perfect illustration of the predestination paradox inherent in ministry-approved time travel. Similarly, they realized that Buckbeak had never been executed at all. The sound they had interpreted as the axe falling had actually been the executioner, Walden McNair, striking the fence in frustration after discovering the hippogriff missing because they themselves would rescue him during their time-turn journey. The rescue of Buckbeak demonstrated further limitations of time-turner use. Despite having 3 hours available to them, the actual operation required careful timing and positioning. They couldn't simply appear at the moment of scheduled execution, as their past selves were present nearby, creating the risk of dangerous temporal intersection. Instead, they needed to wait until their past selves had left Hagrid's cabin, then retrieve Buckbeak during the narrow window before the ministry officials emerged to carry out the execution. This delicate timing illustrates why time-turners, despite their power, cannot simply resolve any problem. The constraints of avoiding paradoxes, maintaining timeline consistency, and preventing self-observation create a complex web of limitations that require extraordinary care to navigate successfully. The most dramatic moment of their temporal journey occurred by the lake, where Harry and Hermione watched as their past selves and Sirius were surrounded by Dementors. Harry, realizing that he must be the one to cast the powerful Patronus he had witnessed earlier, stepped forward to fulfill his role in the time loop. His success in producing a fully corporeal Patronus, powerful enough to drive away scores of Dementors, demonstrated how knowledge of future events, a unique aspect of time travel, can sometimes provide the confidence necessary to perform extraordinary magic. The rescue of Sirius himself presented yet another challenge within the time-turner's limitations. They could not simply prevent his initial capture, as that would have created a paradox with their original timeline. Instead, they needed to wait until Sirius was imprisoned in Professor Flitwick's office, and then create a new rescue that would integrate seamlessly with established events. Buckbeak proved crucial here, providing transportation that allowed them to reach the tower window where Sirius was held. This improvised aerial rescue highlights another aspect of successful time-turner use, the need for creative problem-solving within temporal constraints. The time-turner could place them in the right when, but they still needed to devise practical solutions for the challenges they faced. As their mission reached its conclusion, Harry and Hermione faced one final limitation of time-turner travel, the need to return to their original temporal position without being seen. They had to race back to the hospital wing before their original selves departed on their temporal journey, arriving just as Dumbledore was locking the door behind him. This perfect timing completed the closed causal loop, with their arrival in the hospital wing coinciding precisely with their earlier departure. This entire operation, lasting just under 3 hours, demonstrates both the extraordinary potential and the significant limitations of time-turner use. Despite having access to a device that could manipulate time itself, Harry and Hermione faced numerous constraints. They could not be seen by their past selves, could not directly interfere with events they had already experienced, could not travel back further than the device's limitation allowed, and could not change the fundamental sequence of events. only fulfill them in ways they hadn't initially perceived. The Department of Mysteries never learned the full details of this unauthorized use. Had they known, they might have noted with interest how perfectly it demonstrated their theories about predestination loops and closed temporal systems. The rescue created no paradoxes, generated no alternate timelines, and left the overall sequence of events fundamentally intact, exactly as the Time Turner's enchantments were designed to ensure. From a larger perspective, this famous incident reveals something profound about the nature of time itself in the magical world. Despite having the power to travel backward through hours, wizards remain bound by certain immutable aspects of temporal progression. They can revisit moments, but not truly change what has already occurred from their perspective. Only fulfill roles they were always destined to play in events they did not fully understand the first time through. As sunlight fills the room, and a new day properly begins, consider this question. If you found yourself in possession of a time turner during a moment of crisis, would you have the wisdom to recognize, as Hermione did, which aspects of the situation could be altered, and which must remain untouched? Would you have the discipline to work within time's inherent limitations, rather than against them, understanding that sometimes the most powerful magic lies not in changing destiny, but in fulfilling it in ways you never anticipated? Chapter 11. The Destruction of the Time Turner Collection. The sun now stands high in the morning sky, illuminating the world with clarity that dispels the shadows of night. It is with this same clarity that we now examine one of the most significant events in the history of temporal magic: the destruction of the Ministry's entire collection of time turners during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in June 1996. This pivotal moment, which effectively ended an era of controlled time travel in Wizarding Britain, began with a series of events set in motion by a false vision planted in Harry Potter's mind by Lord Voldemort. Believing his godfather, Sirius Black, to be held captive and tortured in the Department of Mysteries, Harry led a small group of Hogwarts students, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny Weasley, on a rescue mission that would have far-reaching consequences for the future of temporal magic. The Department of Mysteries, that most secretive division of the Ministry of Magic, exists as a labyrinth of interconnected chambers, each dedicated to the study of different fundamental magical forces: love, thought, death, space, and of course time. Few witches or wizards ever gain access to these restricted areas, making the teenagers' infiltration all the more extraordinary. Led by Harry's determination to save his godfather, they navigated through several chambers before entering the one most relevant to our exploration, the Time Room. Imagine, if you will, that moment of entry into a space unlike any other in the magical world. The Time Room glowed with a strange dancing light described as beautiful, like diamonds sparkling. This ethereal illumination came from the countless timepieces that filled the chamber, clocks of every description covering the walls, standing on tables, and hanging from the ceiling. The air itself seemed to pulse with the symphony of their ticking, creating an auditory representation of time's relentless forward movement. At the center of this remarkable room stood a magnificent crystal bell jar, approximately the size of a large desk. Within this container, carried on an endless loop by a glittering current of air, a tiny egg would rise, hatch into a hummingbird, grow old, and then reverse the process, returning to an egg only to begin the cycle again. This perpetual display of time's passage in miniature served as both research tool and symbolic centerpiece for the unspeakables who studied temporal magic. But it was another feature of the Time Room that concerns our present discussion: a large glass-fronted cabinet containing the Ministry's entire collection of time turners. These delicate golden devices, each one representing countless hours of intricate magical craftsmanship and enchantment, rested on velvet cushions in neat rows. Behind their seemingly simple appearance lay centuries of magical research and development, the culmination of wizardkind's efforts to understand and harness the flow of time itself. The precise number of time turners housed in this cabinet has never been officially confirmed. Estimates from magical historians range from as few as 20 to as many as 50, with the lower number considered more probable given the extraordinary rarity and complexity of these devices. Each represented not only immense magical value but also carefully regulated potential for controlled temporal displacement. The young wizards had little opportunity to examine these remarkable artifacts, however. Their presence had been detected, and soon they found themselves confronted by Death Eaters, Lord Voldemort's followers who had laid a trap using Harry's false vision. As a fierce battle erupted in the confined spaces of the Department of Mysteries, spells flew wildly, and the combatants moved from room to room in a chaotic running fight. During this conflict, amidst jets of light from various offensive and defensive spells, disaster struck. Neville Longbottom, attempting to escape a pursuing Death Eater, crashed into the cabinet containing the Time Turners. The delicate glass front shattered, and the devices within spilled out in a catastrophic cascade. What happened next has been described by the few witnesses as one of the most unusual magical accidents ever recorded. As the Time Turners fell, some of them broke apart upon impact with the floor. Others were struck by stray spells from the ongoing battle. The combination of physical damage to the precisely calibrated devices and the interference of random magical energies created a cascading temporal reaction. The broken Time Turners released their enchanted time sand in glittering clouds that spread throughout the chamber. Witnesses described seeing the time sand behaving in ways never before documented, swirling in impossible patterns, sometimes appearing to freeze in mid-air before suddenly accelerating, occasionally seeming to flow in multiple directions simultaneously. The sand itself glowed with an intense golden light that pulsed irregularly, creating a disorienting visual effect for anyone caught within the chamber. More alarming still were the localized temporal anomalies that began to manifest. Objects touched by the liberated time sand experienced unpredictable temporal shifts, aging centuries in seconds, reverting to earlier states, or cycling rapidly between different temporal conditions. A desk reportedly aged to dust, and then reconstituted itself several times in the span of moments. The head of a Death Eater, caught in one particularly concentrated cloud of time sand, was briefly observed to cycle through infant, adult, and elderly appearances before normalizing. The young wizards, fortunately, managed to escape the time room before the worst effects manifested. Ministry personnel arriving later to contain the situation reported that the temporal disturbances were largely confined to the chamber itself, though subtle effects lingered for months afterward. Unspeakables working in adjacent areas occasionally reported odd temporal sensations, moments seeming to stretch or compress, fleeting impressions of seeing events slightly before they occurred, or the disconcerting experience of performing the same action twice without intending to repeat it. The aftermath of this disaster presented the Department of Mysteries with an unprecedented challenge. Never before had so many time turners been destroyed simultaneously, and the magical theories concerning such an event had been purely speculative. Containment became the immediate priority, with specialized teams of unspeakables working to prevent the temporal disturbances from spreading beyond the department. Their efforts focused primarily on collecting and neutralizing the escaped time sand, a process that proved both difficult and dangerous. The sand, already magically volatile in its contained state, had become unpredictable when released from the carefully calibrated environment of the time turners. Several unspeakables suffered minor temporal displacement injuries during the cleanup operation. Temporary aging or de-aging, brief dissociation from the normal flow of time, and in one case, a witch who experienced the curious phenomenon of temporarily perceiving time backward for several hours. Beyond the immediate practical challenges, the destruction of the Time Turner collection represented an incalculable loss to magical research and capability. Each device had been uniquely calibrated, with enchantments layered over months of painstaking magical work. The specialized knowledge required to create them resided with only a handful of magical craftspeople, and many of the techniques were passed down through careful apprenticeship rather than written documentation. The ministry faced a difficult decision in the wake of this loss, whether to attempt recreation of the Time Turner collection, or to accept this as a natural conclusion to an era of controlled time travel. The debate within the Department of Mysteries was reportedly intense, with compelling arguments presented on both sides. Those favoring recreation pointed to the valuable research opportunities provided by controlled temporal magic, and the occasional crucial applications that had justified the Ministry's careful regulation of the devices. They argued that abandoning such powerful magical technology represented a regression in wizarding capabilities that might someday be regretted. Those opposing recreation cited the inherent dangers of temporal manipulation that had always necessitated such strict limitations on time-turner use. This faction suggested that perhaps the destruction was fortuitous, removing a temptation that, despite the Ministry's best efforts, might eventually have led to catastrophic temporal interference. They noted that even with careful regulation, the mere existence of time-turners created an ongoing risk of misuse, with potentially far-reaching consequences. The decision-making process was further complicated by the broader context of the time. With Lord Voldemort's return now acknowledged by the Ministry, resources and attention were increasingly directed towards security concerns rather than magical research. The specialized facilities and personnel needed for time-turner creation were largely redirected to projects more immediately relevant to the looming conflict. Ultimately, official records indicate that the Ministry chose a middle path, neither attempting immediate recreation of the time-turner collection, nor permanently abandoning the field of temporal magic research. Instead, they established a long-term commission to evaluate future approaches to controlled time travel, with any potential recreation efforts delayed until the more pressing concerns of the Wizarding War had been resolved. In practical terms, this decision marked the end of time-turner availability within the British magical community. Applications for temporal displacement authorization, once rarely granted but at least theoretically possible, were now met with formal notices that such services had been indefinitely suspended. Magical researchers who had incorporated limited time travel into their work were forced to develop alternative approaches or abandon certain lines of inquiry entirely. The broader magical community, largely unaware of the specific details surrounding the time-turner's destruction, generally perceived this as simply another consequence of the increasing disruption caused by the Wizarding War. Only those with direct connections to the Department of Mysteries fully appreciated the significance of what had been lost, not merely valuable magical devices, but an entire category of magical possibility. For those few who had personally experienced time travel via time-turner, including Hermione Granger, the news likely evoked mixed emotions. The devices represented both extraordinary magical opportunity and tremendous burden, the wonder of experiencing time non-linearly balanced against the stress and responsibility that such experiences entailed. As the sun reaches its zenith outside our window, casting the shortest shadows of the day, consider this question: was the destruction of the time-turners truly an ending, or merely a pause in wizardkind's exploration of temporal magic? If you had been among those unspeakables debating whether to recreate these powerful devices, would you have argued for reclaiming this lost magical capability, or would you have suggested that perhaps some magics are best left as historical curiosities rather than active tools in our magical arsenal? Chapter 12. The Legacy of Time-Turners in Wizarding Society. The afternoon sun begins its gradual descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows that remind us of time's constant movement forward. As we reach the conclusion of our exploration of time-turners and their limitations, let us consider the lasting impact these remarkable devices have had on Wizarding Society, even after their physical destruction. Though time-turners no longer exist in their original form within the British magical community, their legacy persists in multiple dimensions, from ongoing theoretical research to cultural reverberations to philosophical implications that continue to shape how wizards understand their relationship with time itself. In the years following the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, the field of temporal magic research underwent a significant transformation. Without access to functional time-turners, researchers in the Department of Mysteries shifted their approach from practical experimentation to theoretical advancement. This transition, while initially viewed as a setback, eventually led to new perspectives on temporal magic that might not have emerged in a research environment focused primarily on the practical applications of existing devices. The loss of time-turners prompted magical theorists to revisit fundamental questions about the nature of time within the magical universe. New hypotheses emerged concerning alternative approaches to temporal manipulation that might avoid the limitations inherent in the time-turner design. These theoretical explorations, documented in classified Department of Mysteries research journals, focused particularly on understanding time as a magical element rather than merely a dimension to be traversed. One significant theoretical advance involved what researchers termed temporal resonance, the idea that moments in time might share magical connections based on similarities in events or emotional significance rather than linear progression. This concept suggested possibilities for a form of limited temporal viewing, though not physical travel between resonant moments, potentially offering an alternative to time-turner functionality without the same risks of paradox or timeline disruption. Within the educational sphere, the study of time-turners and their limitations became an important component of advanced magical theory curricula. At institutions like Hogwarts, seventh-year students in advanced charms or transfiguration might encounter case studies of time-turner use as part of their theoretical training, analyzing the constraints that governed these devices as a way to understand broader principles about the interaction between magic and fundamental natural forces. Professor Phileas Flitwick reportedly developed a particularly insightful lecture series on the subject, using the known limitations of time-turners to illustrate what he called the three boundaries of magic, those areas where magical capability encounters natural constraints that cannot be overcome simply through greater magical power or more sophisticated spellwork. In this framework, time joins life and consciousness as fundamental forces that magic can influence but never fully control. The cultural impact of time-turners extended well beyond academic circles. For the general wizarding public, these devices had always existed primarily as rumors and legends, with most ordinary witches and wizards never encountering them directly. Yet the concept of magical time travel captured the imagination in ways that influenced everything from literature to popular entertainment. In the years following the time-turners' destruction, several popular wizarding novels featured fictional versions of temporal magic, often exaggerating the capabilities far beyond what actual time-turners could achieve. The best-selling adventure series The Chronocaster Chronicles, by wizarding author Philomena Rankleworth, featured a protagonist who could travel centuries rather than hours, while Hourglass Heart, a romantic novel by Heathcliff Montgomery, imagined a witch and wizard separated by decades finding each other through a magical timepiece. These fictional representations, while entertaining, often frustrated former unspeakables and temporal magic researchers who recognized the dangerous misconceptions they spread about temporal magic's potential and limitations. Several retired Department of Mysteries employees eventually collaborated on Sands of Time, Truth and Fiction about Temporal Magic, a non-fiction work that attempted to correct the most egregious inaccuracies while still respecting the confidentiality restrictions surrounding their former work. On a more practical level, the absence of time-turners forced magical researchers and ministry officials to develop alternative solutions for situations where controlled time travel had previously been considered. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which had occasionally used time-turners in highly specialized investigative circumstances, invested in enhanced forms of pensieve technology and memory extraction techniques to reconstruct past events from multiple perspectives without actually revisiting the moments in question. Similarly, magical historians who had sometimes received temporary authorization to observe significant historical events firsthand were compelled to refine magical archaeology techniques and develop more sophisticated methods for extracting residual magical signatures from historical sites. These adaptations, while lacking the immediacy of actual temporal observation, ultimately led to more robust methodologies that did not depend on the rare and restricted resource of authorized time travel. The philosophical implications of time turners and their limitations continue to resonate within wizarding intellectual circles. The confirmation of closed temporal loops, where attempts to change the past actually fulfill rather than alter established events, sparked renewed debate about the nature of free will in a magical universe. If time travel always creates predestination paradoxes rather than alternative timelines, what does this suggest about the reality of choice and consequence? The renowned magical philosopher Perpetua Folly published an influential treatise titled The Illusion of Alteration, What Time Turners Reveal About Magical Causality, arguing that the limitations of these devices revealed fundamental truths about the structure of reality itself. In her view, the fact that time resists certain forms of magical manipulation suggested that some aspects of existence transcend even magical power, a humbling perspective that challenged the wizarding tendency to view magic as the ultimate force in the universe. For those few individuals who had personal experience with time turners, the legacy took on more intimate dimensions. Hermione Granger, whose academic achievements were partly facilitated by her carefully regulated use of a time turner during her third year at Hogwarts, later reflected on the experience in a private correspondence with Professor McGonagall. She described the year as transformative in ways that extended far beyond the additional classes, noting that experiencing time non-linearly had permanently altered her perception of causality and consequence. This perspective likely served her well in her eventual career at the Ministry of Magic, where her nuanced understanding of magical limitations and regulations informed her approach to magical law reform. Though she never publicly discussed her experience with the time turner, colleagues occasionally noted her exceptional ability to consider the long-term implications of magical policies, a skill potentially shaped by her unique temporal experiences as a young witch. The physical legacy of time turners persists in a few tantalizing forms. Though the devices themselves were destroyed, certain components, particularly samples of the precious time sand, reportedly survived in secure Department of Mysteries containment. These remnants, while insufficient to recreate functional time turners without substantial additional research and resources, maintain the theoretical possibility that temporal displacement magic might someday be redeveloped. Whether such redevelopment should occur remains a subject of ongoing debate within the highest levels of magical governance. The potential benefits of controlled time travel for research, historical documentation, and specific emergency applications must be weighed against the demonstrated risks of temporal manipulation and the philosophical questions raised by the ability to revisit established events. The classified 20-year Temporal Magic Review Commission, established after the Time Turner's destruction, continues its deliberations on this question. Their eventual recommendations, whatever they may be, will shape the future relationship between wizardkind and time itself, determining whether time turners remain historical artifacts or might someday return in new forms with perhaps different limitations. For now, time continues its forward progression in the wizarding world, as it does for muggles, moment by moment, in an unbroken stream that carries all beings toward futures unknown. The golden devices that once offered brief exceptions to this natural law exist primarily in memory and record, their absence a reminder that even the most extraordinary magic must sometimes respect the boundaries established by forces more fundamental than any spell or enchantment. As the day draws toward its close, and our exploration of time turners reaches its conclusion, consider this final question: if the magical community were to rediscover or reinvent the ability to travel through time, would our understanding of its limitations lead to wiser use, or would the temptation to overcome those limitations eventually lead to the same restrictions being tested and perhaps broken? In your own life, as you move forward through time in the natural way, how might the wisdom learned from studying these magical limitations, the importance of accepting what cannot be changed, while making the most of the moments we are given, bring its own form of magic to your journey through the hours and days ahead?